Hello and good morning. Today is the 3rd of July and I'm going to go through the levels I'm watching today. But before we start, let's look to see what news could or has moved the market. So we had unemployment rate come in at 8:30. We saw a big positive reaction to that and it's kind of going it back. Non-farms payroll, exports, imports, initial jobless claims. These have been brought forward because obviously the market's closed tomorrow. And a quick reminder that even though the market's closed tomorrow, it's a half day today, so we could see a few. It might be a strange moving market today, or a half day. So remember, the market closes early, so it may not even be worth trading today. So nice to take some time off, especially if we can have this nice long weekend. So a quick reminder then: tomorrow the market's closed. Today it's only a half day market open. So let's get on with the levels. So let's start off with ES. We're looking to go to the daily time frame to start off with. So on my screen we're looking at the daily time frame, and this is the S&P 500 E-mini futures on the daily time frame. So look, we've had interesting development. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days in a row. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days in a row here? Potentially that's a record amount of green days in a row. I think going back quite a few years. I need to double check that. I'm pretty sure when we had these days in a row it was a record then. So now we've had 9 green days in a row. I think like 8, not quite taking today's into account. So potentially we're in new record territory. We are in all-time highs as well, taking out the original all-time highs, and we're putting in new all-time highs every day. We are pretty extended now away from the moving averages. If I had the 8 and the 20, you would see we'd be looking a bit like that. On my screen you can only see the 50 moving average and the 200 moving average. These are the two I look for. Basically, if we're above these, then we're bullish. If we're below these, then we're bearish. That's, it's a little bit of bias I like to look at. Hence why I've been favouring the breakouts on the opening range this week for the longs, and in fact I've stopped out on the lows on the breakdowns, so maybe that's something worth thinking about or looking into. In fact, I was thinking about this. I was thinking about maybe changing my strategy slightly. So if we're going against the trend, I treat it as a scalping day, and if I'm with the trend and we're breaking out and we're trending, then we can treat it as a trending day. So I might make a slight mod to my ORB. If you've downloaded my ORB guide, I will update that with any new changes. So going back in the daily, we've had this inverse head and shoulders pattern, and then we finally broke out, retested it, and then we're breaking out now. So it's a nice pattern. So maybe I should have looked to get a swing trade in here at some point, but I didn't. I missed that. I am long in a few swings. Let's drop down. Let's just quickly look at volume. We like to look at volume. So daily, we had pretty much above average volume, but we had a slightly smaller volume yesterday, but we are overbought right now. But we can be overbought for a long time, like here, and we kind of went sideways, so I'm not too worried about it being overbought too much. Like I said, we are extended. The difference between being overbought here and being overbought here is that we were going sideways here, but here we're just shooting up, so it's looking pretty strong. I don't like shorting strong markets. It's very difficult, hence probably why my ORB shorts have not done so great this week. Yesterday was a winning day, made up. I broke even this week so far. So the day before the 2nd or the 1st of July was a losing day. I lost about 1.5R, took some slippage on that. Yesterday I made about 1.5R, a little bit under that, so pretty much break even for the week so far. I'm only going to trade if I have an A+ set up and nothing else. So let's look at some levels. We've got this nice big juicy point of control sitting down here at 62.40. I do quite like it if we come back down here for the bounce. So between 62.50 to 62, what's that level there? 62.63 I've already got marked up. This area I'm watching, let's just mark it back up. So between that area of demand and the point of control is an area I'm watching for a bounce. So if we do move back down, I like to see it come in, come back out, retest it, come back out and put in that pattern. So that's what I'm watching for. if we get back down into this pre-market low area, yesterday's high, I do quite like that area for a bounce as well. We've got a couple of pivots in post and pre-market. Even though we got pre-market pivots, I'm not a big fan of trading pivots when it's in pre-market. You see there's lack of volume. We've got two pivots here. Notice the lack of volume because it's post-market. I'm only interested in this area because that pivot was created when we had all this extra volume come in. So that's why I look for regular hours and pivots. Here is a great example. We had all this volume come in, so I'm definitely watching that area for exact reason. But I'm not a big fan of where the point of control is because the pivots were in pre and post market here. But it's an area of confluence, and we know there's volume there because we can see the volume to the left. So this is an area to watch for a bounce. This is an area to watch. 62, 63. I'm watching for a bounce as well because of this area here, confluence, and we've got the overhead was supply, now it's demand. Excuse me. Ooh. When I do some repairs, I deal with a lot of dust, cleaning out fans, and sometimes the dust gets under my nose, so it can be a bit dusty. I'm moving soon, and I'll have a dedicated workshop just for my repairs and a dedicated office just for my trading, so nice about to separate the... Okay, I just stopped and started the stream again. Okay, I think this is working. I'm going to crack on anyway. I apologise if you can't hear or see me, but it looks like it's coming back to live again. My internet dropped out, and we've only got 5 minutes, so I'm going to be very, very quick and brief with the levels today. Right, so the only levels I'm really watching for, I'm looking for trend continuation basically. If we come back down into yesterday's high pre-market low, I'm watching that area for a bounce. This is using the 60 minutes. I'm looking for an opening range breakout to open up in this range. I'm not sure whether my trading view is updated. I think it probably is 62.92. Yep, so it all seems to be working again now. So I'm looking for a breakout over pre-market high on an opening range. If we break out pre-market and we come back and retest, I'm looking for the break and retest as well. If we lose yesterday's high and we drop below pre-market low, I'll be looking for a scalp short into that first target, 62.63, which is also a bounce area because of these pivots. And then pretty much watching yesterday's low for a bounce as well. So pretty much bullish. Like I said on the daily earlier, if you was around earlier when I looked at the daily, we're very extended and we're quite far away from the 8 and the 20 moving average. So we are due a bit of a pullback. When that happens, I don't know. But let's just see, let's just stick with trend continuation. You know, let's keep trading mechanically until it stops working. And if we're in an uptrend, we're in an uptrend until we're not. So let's just go with that slight bias. So that's basically my levels today. Just to recap, I'm looking for the break and retest of pre-market high, or if the opening range will be up in that opening range area, pre-market high area, then that's a double confirmation as well. So we're with the trend, pre-market high, and we're putting in a 50-minute. I'm going to wait for the candle to break out, and then I'm going to buy on the candle that breaks out with my stop at the bottom of that candle. If it's a big candle, you know, where my risk reward is pretty big, then I'm going to wait for it to pull back down and look for the break and retest of pre-market high and opening range. So that's my plan for today. I'm watching for a bounce in that area as well. Okay, so let's quickly go to NQ, which hasn't put in new all-time highs, or it's about to actually in the pre-market. Did it? I'm not sure if it has. So we've got, this is our all-time high area here, and we pretty much matched it. Again, exactly same. If the opening range is in that region there and we're setting up, I'm looking for the break, retest of pre-market high, or the opening range breakout. Then I'll be looking for this point of control for a bounce. I really do like that area. 22,840 for the bounce. The last couple of days, Nasdaq has been trailing behind ES, and we've not quite put in the all-time high, so it's still trailing behind a little bit. But as soon as you see strength on here, then looking to go long. And I think that's it. If we do get back down to here, look at this level there. I said about this yesterday. Watch it. What I said a few days ago. Watch this area for a bounce. Look what happened. We bounced perfectly. I said yesterday, keep an eye on that area for a bounce in the pre-market, and we came right back down into that area and bounced again. So I did go long yesterday on ES, did okay. I took my 2R, I think it was, and I got out, and I did the opening range breakout, which yesterday would have went 5R, I think, yesterday on the ES as well. So decent day yesterday. I got out a little bit early because I trailed out, because with my Apex accounts, I'm just wary about trailing drawdown, so I've been trailing them out. But with my top step account, I don't have trailing drawdown, so I'm happy to hold. So that's why I held a little bit longer. So that's my plays. Let's quickly look at oil today. I'm just jumping over SPX, which is putting in new all-time highs, and SPY, SPY, and QQQ because they're similar to NASDAQ and ES. Oil, we finally broken out. Let's just look at this on the bigger picture. And I said yesterday, keep an eye on the breakout, this area here. Look for the break and retest, and look what's happened. We've broken out, and now we've come back and we've retested. Hopefully someone's taken that. Might be worth a swing entry right now. I might even look to take the swing. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. If we get over a pre-market high, look for the break and retest long. We do have a level to watch, 68.43. Where does that come from? 68.43. We've got a little bit of volume coming in, a bit of a pivot in that area, so potentially that's an area, but I was going to say keep an eye on that area there, but there's no volume. So next bit of volume above us is that level 68.43. Otherwise we're watching this region here for a rejection, 72, and then we've got all that volume here at 73. So they're the two areas, that's the areas we're watching for. So basically looking for the break and retest, first target, and then we may have a run up. That's why I quite like it as a swing trade. Gold generally does the opposite to the market, but it's been pretty strong the last few days. If we break over pre-market high, look for the break and retest long. Not a big fan of the rejection here because it's right in this zone we've had marked out for some time. We've lost yesterday's low and we're kind of breaking, we're retesting, so we potentially look for a short right now. Otherwise nothing until we get back down into this 32.76. RTY, as we said yesterday, is in this uptrend, so nothing to do until we break that trend. I'm not really looking for shorts. I do quite like the bounce of yesterday's high for trend continuation. I do quite like the bounce off these pivots here for trend continuation, yesterday's low, and I do quite like this area of confidence down here for a bounce as well. So a few areas. YM, again, notice how I'm going with the trend mainly. YM is putting in this big uptrend. Look at that, I love it. So basically, break and retest a pre-market high to get over what we haven't been able to do the last few days long. We've got a target of 45,200, 44,150. If we break this trend line, then look for the break and retest of yesterday's low, but it's strong and I wouldn't want to go short. And then finally Bitcoin, we're just going to flick back then to ES. Bitcoin, big area of confidence. Remember I said yesterday keep an eye on that area for potential target. We're there now. If we break above it, look for the break and retest long. We've got all-time highs target next 112. If we come back down into this pre-market low, I do like that area for the bounce. Look how it bounced right off the level we've been watching as well. So maybe I should pay more attention to pre-market trades, especially where here in the UK it's 2:30 PM for me, so I've got plenty of time all morning. I can look at these, but I generally don't look at charts until about an hour before the market opens. Market's just open now, and we're having a pretty bullish move. Let's just close this. Let me just enable my order buttons. So this is my NinjaTrader platform, and these are the buttons I use when I want to go long or sell or go short, mainly buy high, sell low. So let's just get rid of some of this, some of my analysis from yesterday. And what I do is I trade my sim account and then I copy it over to my Apex evals, and I've got 3 paid accounts. I've got a paid account on Top Step as well, so I'm trading 4 paid accounts. On these evals I'm just building up slowly, and because obviously I don't want them all to trigger and convert into paid accounts at the same time, it gets it quite expensive. So I'm happy just to trade 3 paid accounts and just keep building and building. So for me there's no trades. Pre-market high, we've broken out through that now. Remember I said keep an eye on the break and retest, that could be still on. I'd rather wait the first 15 minutes of the market and not get into anything too quickly. Like I said, today's only a half day, so let's just see what the next 15 minutes brings. So again, it's all that patience. Looking pretty strong right now. I don't usually do too many live. I'm happy to share my screen for the first quarter of an hour. Just see where we are and give you my thought processes in when I take my opening range. So today we are in a trending day, which means this is my daily in the bottom corner. We're breaking out of yesterday's high, so we're trending up. So generally I will look for a 3 to 1, a 3R and a 5R when I get in, and I'll be looking to try and hold them. So this is a big bullish move, lots of volume. What I'm looking for in the order flow now is looking for a cumulative delta divergence to see whether we're going to look to reverse, and we're looking really strong. You know, we've got all these positive deltas, very little negative delta, big positive deltas. As soon as one of these turns orange, that might be our first sign. And then I'm also watching my order flow screen. So we've got news at 10, so bear in mind, got a little bit of news at 9:45 and at 10 today, so I may not even trade until after 10. So we've got increase in price, increase in delta, so they're both going in the right direction, so I'm happy with that. That goes with my bias, my bullish bias. Big orders, we've got big order there, point of control, so maybe we pull back, that's a break and we test a pre-market high, I think. 62.98, yeah, just a little bit below, so that might be a good trade to take because we've got orders sitting there waiting for the bounce. So break and retest, there's a big order of 543. Look at that, 543 orders sitting there right now. If I expand this, you'll see a few more. We've got 63.10. That might be a 236 orders sitting there on ES right now, so it's a key area. So again, still looking bullish. We've got aggressive buying coming, lots of aggressive buying coming in. Go back to my main screen. Aggressive buying still coming in. Big opening range. And now I like the fact it's above pre-market high. That's our pre-market high level. I'd rather the opening range be around this area because we're really extended, and you know, it needs a bit of a pullback. So we'll see what the next few minutes brings. What's it? 10 minutes. If you're on my channel, subscribe to my channel, you'll notice I dropped a video last night of all of last week's opening range trades I took. There was a combination, I did the video because there's a combination of ranging days, inside days, trending days, and it was a decent week. I think every day was a green day, a couple of them were close to break even, but the others were, you only need one good trade or two good trades in a week to make good profit. That includes a losing day, a losing trade as well, break even day. So this knowing whether we're ranging or trending is key to trading ORB. Link. So I may flick between this live stream and the Discord. I trade in a private Discord, so I may just pop back, but there's not much to watch at the moment. I'm just waiting for the first 15 minutes for the market to do something. If we pull back into the pre-market high area, then I may be looking for a potential range, a potential long, but I'll only buy the long on a green candle. So I want to see it come. So assuming this is a pre-market high, we had a big candle break out like that. I want to see it come back down. I'm not going to buy into it there. I want to buy on the next green candle up. So go with the trend, stop below there, and then we can watch it. That's how I buy the pre-market. Yeah, I used to just buy here, but then you don't know it's going to stop there, even though it's pre-market. It's a bit more less risky the way I do it now. So if we start looking at the footprints below, let me just make this a bit bigger. So this is where I start analysing whether we've got a reversal or due. So we had a small group, small red, big green, and I'm looking for absorption now. So I'm looking for big orders on both sides of this footprint chart. Let me just make it bigger so we can see it easier. So it's got to be big numbers on either side. And we know here we've got big numbers either side. Look at the point controls, got big numbers at either side there. So we know that there's more sellers and buyers, more buyers and sellers. If this goes orange, as you can see, occasionally it flashes orange. That means we've got a cumulative delta, a delta divergence. So we've got, for example, a green candle but a negative delta. Look at this, we've got big aggressive selling coming in right now. And then we had a big order. That big order, see that? Oh no, that's a new candle. So I was looking. So we had, so that candle matches. So we had top in tail, absorption, and then potentially there could be a reversal right now. This is what I'm looking for. So it's better if we have a couple of orange numbers here as well. So these are basically plus 304. There's 304 more aggressive buyers than there are aggressive sellers in that candle. Here there's over 1,000, so that's a very bullish candle. Bottom tail as well. More aggressive buyers than sellers. You can see all of the aggressive buying here. So now we're starting to get a bit of a pullback, which as we predicted. You know, we've got absorption, and here's something interesting. Last time we were at that level, 63.75, I think it is. We had 1,000 orders, 1,014. Now we've only got one, so we know there's no more interest at the moment from buyers up in that area. So it's the first sign of a reversal. Absorption is another sign of a reversal. Cumulative delta divergence we've got. So if I flick back to my order flows, this is what I'm looking for. Here's another sign I would like to watch for. We've got higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs. So that's all matching. And then we've had, you can see where the aggressive selling started to come in there when we still had some green candles. So a lot of people see that. Probably a lot of people are now holding the bag up there. Went long, had a bit of FOMO, don't want to be missed out. But as soon as I saw that on the cumulative delta, then I'm not interested in going long at all. And remember I said it looks like we might have a reversal. We saw the absorption. That's the absorption there. So we've got buyers and sellers with no more follow through, with a little bit of follow through, not much really. So that's three signs that's three different signs that we may have a reversal in place. Going back to my main screen, this is the main screen I trade off. Make sure my copy is turned on because it's getting close. Yeah, so sometimes I forget to turn all these on and I end up just trading my sim account, which is really frustrating, especially when I've had a good day. Happened a couple of times. Happened Monday this week actually. I think that's why I had a losing day Monday, because I had severe FOMO and then I just started taking trades what I shouldn't have done. So when I get to a trade on here, I often get into a trade on my top step account at the same time, kind of match it. I have slightly different rules on my top step. I use MMQ, trade mainly that on Bitcoin on my top step, so I have a bigger risk and I'm more of a scalping, so I'm looking for smaller risk to reward but bigger gain. So I'm looking for a smaller amount of risk, so I'm trying to put in more shares in a smaller, you know what I'm trying to say. It's hot here in the UK. It's 30 degrees at the moment outside, which is, for the UK, it's pretty hot. You know, that is our summer. I know some of you may have that as a winter temperature. But 30 degrees Celsius, was that up in the late 80s, early 90s? So looking at order flow again, we know we had some big orders sitting there. That's why, so just to go through what we've got these yellow lines, these yellow boxes show me where the most amount of orders are in each candlestick. So that's where the most amount of orders were in that level, and that level. If we have two or more which are aligned, that's a lot of interest to me. It goes green. And look at this. This is our first delta divergence. So we had a green candle with a negative delta. So that's why it's gone orange and boxes. So that's now telling me something's not quite right. And so I wouldn't be looking for longs here. Not at the moment. Opening range will be formed in the next 2 minutes. So Nasdaq's looking a little bit stronger today. It's been looking weaker out of the two over the last few days. So that's our opening range form. So what I will look to do now, I'm waiting for a candle to break and close above the opening range. So I like the fact we're above 6,300. That was an area I was a bit concerned about in the pre-market video earlier. I said keep an eye on that area because that's a psychological number. We smashed through it and we came back and bounced from it. So we could have technically taken that trade. Oh, it's not in my trading plan, so I wouldn't have taken it. Okay, so I'm just looking at some comments from Tamir. Hopefully I pronounced your name right. I see you look to take your trades after 15 minutes of the market open. That's correct. I don't want to do anything until the first 15 minutes. I like to see what way the market's going. I used to just jump in all the time, and you just get whipped around. I only trade the 5-minute time frame as well. I do look at the 2-minute cumulative delta on my order flow screen. So this corner here, that's a 2-minute candlestick. And then on my main screen, I have 5-minute. I have the 10 range. I also have the 15-minute. I often refer back to 15-minute, but I often just keep this open. I have the 60 minutes. I can see my levels, and I do all my analysis on my trading view. And then but I always have the levels in my mind. And then obviously got the daily down here. So what I'm looking for is large orders. I've got this is my time and sales. So I'm looking for large orders that populate inside here. So it gives me an idea what levels. So 6,300. We said that's a key area. You can see, look at all these large orders. So I said before that even happened, that's a key area. So that's why I was a bit nervous about going long into it. But obviously this candlestick bar just took it out. So I think it's important looking at live orders. And one from Robin Saunders. Hi Robin. Thanks for fixing the NQ data stream. Oh, is that working okay now? Please can you... I'll just check that out. I'm stuck from your internet dropped. I thought I saw it working. Let me just keep an eye. We've got 2 minutes left, so I'm not going to do anything until this candle forms. Let me just reset. just reloading NinjaTrader on the NQ. Right, I've got a separate PC which I run that on. Luckily I'm a computer engineer, I run a IT computer repair business, so I've always got other computers kicking around, so I've got that running on a second, my old gaming PC, and I'm probably going to add a few more charts. So message me, Robin, if it has any issues. I'm not actively looking at it, only if I'm trading NQ I'll probably take a look at it. And Tamir, yeah, jumping in. I think it's really important to. I used to trade right down on the 1 minute. I even started trading 30-second and 5-second charts, but it's just too. It's too much noise. The 5 minute filters it all out. Yeah, definitely get the timing cells up. Also, when it speeds up, you know there's something happening. So when I don't really watch it, but in the corner of my eye I see it speeding up. Especially if you're looking for a reversal or you're looking for an exit, see it speeding up, you know there's a lot of orders coming in, so that could be like ending volume coming in. 15 seconds. Yeah, I used to love it, but it's just too quick. I even looked at trading on the ticks charts as well, which is just too quick and too noisy. Right. Right, we'll keep an eye on. I've got the NQ chart up and running again. Oh, hang on, let me just buy high. I missed my entry. So I've just entered. It's exactly where I always enter 2 ticks above and my stop's 2 ticks below. So this is my entry now. It's mechanical, so I wasn't concentrating, but I missed it. But I got in exactly where I would have got in anyway. And that's it. It's either going to break out or it's going to stop me out. Quite a small risk to reward candle. So I'll show you what these buttons do. It's got my stops in place. It's got my orders in place. So I'm going to take 2 off at 63.24, another 2 off at 63.34. That's my 3R and that's my 5R. But because I'm trading on my Apex accounts and my evals, they have trade and drawdown. So I changed my plan recently. I don't really want to see it stop out. Or at least get into profit and then come back and stop me out. So I will be trying to trail the 5 minute pivot. So that's basically my entry, and that's how I do it. I don't even need a calculator. It's on this account, on my sim account, I risk $100, and then I want to make $300 and $500, and then on my copier I scale up. So I've got this one I scale up by 4, so that's risking $400. There's some that risk $200, and my paid accounts, I'll do them slowly. I only risk $100 to make 300. So that's how I do it. So I scale up that way rather than scaling up by just taking more shares. So my sim count's always $100 risk, and then I use the copier to scale up, a bigger ratio. Here we go, nice big push. And one thing I didn't mention, when I entered, if you look at the volume, we had a slight increase in volume as well, and we had increased delta, so that's a good sign. So if we had really low volume, that means there was no real commitment from the buyers. But we really want to see this candle come up with more volume than the last candle, so I keep an eye on volume extensively, as you now know. Looking at the order flow, so everything's aligning up. So we've got the price is putting in higher highs, higher lows. Cumulative Delta is putting in higher highs, higher lows. So there's nothing unusual going on. Slightly bit there where we're absorbing for a bit. So I'm not too worried. So these charts, these order flow ones are not my own ones. This is provided by NinjaTrader, and it's the NinjaTrader Order Flow Plus. I think it's a monthly service. As a developer, I get it for free. But But on my main screen, I use my own. I've been meaning to switch them over for a while, but I've been testing and debugging these. This is my own ones because I got real-time analysis in them. So you can see sometimes when we move really quickly, the pointer controls are not quite laid, so I still need to look into that. But that's just the market moving so fast the data couldn't keep up. That's that big push up we saw. We do have news at 10, so just remember that ISM. So I probably want to try and get out or at least break even by then. But you know, we're up half an hour right now. That's the reason I keep this sim account as $100 risk, so I can work out how many hours. So this is 0.6 hour right now. When it gets 100, that's 1 hour. And when it gets to 2 hour, I'll be breaking even. So it's all about patience. So 63.24 is my 3 hour. If you've got 2 hour, then your 2 hours is going to be around about here roughly, 63.18. I do have my fibs tool, which I've reconfigured on NinjaTrader. So where's my end? That's my stop loss. Try and find my entry there. That's my entry. And as you can see, I've got my fibs tool set up so that it shows me how many R's I make based on that risk. I don't use fibs really. I used to. If I do it, then I'll do it on NinjaTrader. So this is my -1 hour there, 0, 1 hour which we're at right now, 2 hours 63.20, and 3 hour a little bit. I've got it a little bit above, but I've just drawn it on. So I recommend using the fibs tool. I'll remove it because it keeps it. So you can just set up the fibs tool to do that. I think there's a tutorial I saw on YouTube or something. If not, let me know and I can do a quick video or take some screenshots. So this is my live count. These are my counts at the moment. You can see I've scaled up on some of them. So I'm all up 110 on most of them. But these are a little bit more, 240, 460, 480. These are the ones which I scaled up on the copier. So I'm pretty close to passing quite a few of the evals, so I do need to look at my rhythmic to see where we are. Log in. I should have opened this earlier. I normally have this open all the time. So because my internet dropped out, I'm a bit discombobulated. News in 4 minutes. So currently at 1 hour at the moment. So see that? This is all these indicators you see are mainly ones I've built myself. So this here, 63.20, there's a little red line popped up. So that's like on the order flow screen. You can see it up here as well. So I know there's liquidity sitting there. Liquidity is another one just popped up there as well. So that shows me where the large orders are. These are MES. On the other screen it's ES. And I'm going to probably try and modify this level 2 as well, so it highlights large orders in the grid. That's why I built the my own large orders indicator. Again, this footprint charts down here, I built this myself. These order buttons, I found some open source code and I've adapted it. The way I adapted it was I kind of made a few tweaks to it and I added these buttons here so I can do full risk and half risk, and I can use the mouse. So basically I can click on an area, click a second area, and it will create my entry and my targets. So I couldn't find anything out there that did that. So I found the code, and obviously I used to use their code anyway for that, but because they provided a source code, I forgot what the company's called now, but they provided a source code, so I just adapted it to my own needs. In fact, a lot of this I've recoded because it wasn't very well coded. Right, 1.5 minutes until news drops. I missed out on I've forgotten about the news on Monday. I was in an opening range and the bottom tail took me out and then whipped me out, and then it carried on going, so it was a bit annoying. I took a lot of slippage, half an hour slippage. So what I'm looking at now is order flow. So we had this green candle but with a negative delta, so that's a bit of an alarm bell, so I may look to come out. Let's just see how close we get to the news in less than 1 minute. So I've got my button, close position button ready. I've got 4 contracts. So this is a dilemma. Do I hold it and see whether I trigger, the news event triggers one of my stops, or do I come out of it? I could take slippage, or it could stop me out from a winning position. My gut's telling me to come out. Ten seconds. I'm going to hold on to it just for this. Hopefully we have a nice green pulse. News, here we go. No, nothing. So we're getting a bit of a positive move from that. So we've got an order coming in, 63.20 again, we saw that earlier. And you can see it down here as well, about 254 orders. Okay, so it's a risk, just a calculated risk, because we're so positive. We didn't have much of a pullback. That's the reason I kind of stayed in it a bit longer. And I should, you know, I've got a rule, it's kind of unwritten rule, not to trade the news or to come out before. We had, this is the news today, 10 AM factory orders and PMI as well. And that's it. We've got natural gas at 10:30 if you trade natural gas. Yeah, sticky, I agree, I should have got out. But I will journal it, I will put it in my journal, and I will try and record my emotions and what I was thinking. I normally jot things down. You know, greed probably took over then. Maybe showboating, because I'm doing a live. I don't do many lives like this, so maybe a little bit of showboating. It's a bit risky. You know, I'll be honest, that's exactly what it was. I like to be honest. Got nothing to hide. That's why I'm showing you that I've got eval accounts and I've got paid accounts. I'd rather just tell you how it is and what I think. And also, a few people asked me earlier whether I'd do a live, but I just want to show you my thought process. So remember, today's a trending day, hence why I'm not, that's the other reason why I didn't scale out. Had we been an inside day, so in between yesterday's high and low, I probably would have been out a long time ago, especially with the news coming up. But because it's a trending day, we're basically making history right now. We're putting in all-time highs. You know, if you're long still, you just made history. You're putting a new all-time high. So we're getting close to our 2R now, $180. So maybe it's time to start thinking about break even or trailing. I normally wait, here you go, 2R. So hopefully if you've got a 2R target, you're out now. Like I said, I've back tested this and I know 3R is a good target, especially with this small risk to reward candle. You know, normally opening range we might have a big candle right down to the mid range, and that gives us a much bigger risk to reward. But this is aligned perfectly. We've taken out the pre-market low, pre-market high. We're in a trend. We're ranging over yesterday, So there's quite a few things in our favour, which is why I'm happy to sit and hold. So we've got so not many aggressive buyers there, plus 22, but they started to come back in again. Come back in, look at that, 751 aggressive buyers coming in there. We'll see what this goes. Again, I'm watching for absorption because that normally shows us there might be a bit of a reversal, or we might be just sellers coming in taking profit and then we continue back up, or buyers coming in taking profit. Might be what we're seeing. It's all-time highs. There's no levels. There's nothing above to watch. Although I do have a level. Let's go back to ES. And I did have a level on ES and we've taken it out. This level, 62.87, was the all-time high on the adjusted chart. So this is adjusted chart, which a lot of platforms use. And you can see all-time high over here, that top one. And then if I go to the unadjusted, that adjusts for the rollovers every 3 months, the unadjusted sees way below. So we hit all-time high, so we've got no levels above whatsoever now. So we're now in no man's land. Who's still in? Is anybody still in? Holding on? Or did you get out at 2R wisely? So what I like to see in volume, increase in volume on the breakout, that shows that we're going in the right direction. That's why I'm still holding on. A small volume bar on the pullback, small volume on the pullback, which means there's lack of interest from sellers, and then increased volume again on the green bars. So that means we're in the right direction, hopefully. And you can see the order flow is looking nice as well. So we're at 2R now, so I'm going to think about breaking even. I'm not going to let it, put it this way, I really want to guarantee at least 2R today, so I really want to start moving, at least taking some off up here. Don't really want to see it pull out again because I'm an Apex account user. I have drawdown and I don't want my drawdown to be effective. It pulls back. It's hard enough anyway, but you know, you want it to work in your favour. I've not looked at SPY today. I skipped SPY because my internet dropped out, so I had to skip some of the ones. 625, is that an area of interest? So we've already broken all-time highs. Getting close. Another 1R, not even an R, 0.9 of an R for our first target. Yeah. Because of the big candle, I do want to start trailing soon. Like I said, I want to guarantee 2R. I really do want to hit 3R. Obviously, we all want to hit the max. Do you know what? Because I did this live, I forgot to take the same trade on NASDAQ on my Top Step account. Oh man, look at that, it's doing well as well. So this is my Top Step account. Look at that, I would have taken it on a breakout there, so it's too late now, I'm not too fussed. So I only trade Bitcoin. So on here I trade the 15-minute Bitcoin. So I'm just covering it. Oh, I've got my account numbers. I was trying to cover up my account numbers. I don't know whether it's important or not. Oh, you can see it now. So I've got Bitcoin on the left and NQ, and I trade the 15-minute on this one. So some of you are a bit put back when I said I trade on the 5, not the 1 or the 15 second. I trade the 15 minute on Top Step. Again, that totally takes out the noise. And it's been working quite well. Although I'm a bit behind. I did have it on Monday when I hit a couple of losses. I tried scalping and I had quite a few losses on Monday. Lots of small paper cuts. I never do that ever. So I ended up walking away Monday. So it's really important as well, you know when to walk. And I probably walked a bit late. Oh yeah, so you've got level 623, 624, 625. Where do those levels come from? Out of curiosity, is that like using fibs or something? Extensions? So, a quick look at the other order flow for NQ. It's nice to see the price and the cumulative delta doing the same thing. So it is something. We have a bit of cumulative delta divergence. So this is going to make me want to probably come out shortly. So look here, we've got price putting in higher highs, higher lows. But here, look at this. We put in a higher high, and then we pulled back. So this area here, let's draw the rectangle in. That pullback there is those two candles, and I suppose we're going in the right direction, but we're broken here, we're below the high, but there we've taken out that pivot, so it's something not quite right. It's a bit of a funny area. So let's now go back to my main screen. Look at this small candle. So I am going to probably just, I might regret doing this, I'm going to put one sell up there, so if we lose that candle, then at least I've taken some profit around the 2-hour area. But it's a small, look at that, there's not much volume, but then it's a small candle. So kind of half, same amount of volume as that red candle, but half the size. There's a little bit of a anomaly. So I'm going to just want to see a big push up, one last push into that 3R, and then I'll be trailing it from the 2R. I've got quite good over the last few days of spotting the tops and coming out. Really want to see when we break the trend, but if we break the trend, we're not far from breaking even, so I don't want to do that. Really want to see a few more candles push up. To me, I agree. We are very overbought, overextended on everything. The daily, the 60-minute. Look at that. We're really far away from the 200 on the daily. This bottom right corner screen. On the hourly, we're far away from the 50 moving average. This top right corner screen. Even on the 5-minute, that's our 8 moving average, and where's our? I'm not sure where the 20 moving. That might be the 20 moving average actually there. We're pretty extended from there as well. So, you know, if you look at the hourly, which is this on the top right corner, the red line is my 50 moving average, and we always come back to it. Always, you can see there, 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 but we're so extended. We are due a pullback, hence why I'm trailing as well. But again, this has taken me 5 years to get to the point where, am I going to trail it or am I going to risk it? And had we not been so extended and we had a few rest days, I probably wouldn't be trailing. I'll be aiming for 3R, letting it keep my stop in the right place. But again, because I'm on Apex accounts, the trade and drawdown is nasty, so you don't want that to catch up for you. I've had paid accounts. You had a few paid accounts last month in June blow while they're still positive, but because my trade and drawdown caught up with me. which is really frustrating. Happens. Here's my cycle of trading on Apex. So I started off by blowing accounts, one account after another, kept blowing them, and then once I got that out of my system, I think it's a natural progress, and then I started trading really well, and I was passing the evals, but I was holding evals for like, I think some of my evals are like 70 days old, and I was thinking, you know, I'm paying the renewal fee every month, so and that's why now I'm scaling up on a lot of my trades as well. I'm trying to get to the point now where I've got, I can't remember what the point was, so I've distracted myself looking at the charts. So yeah, the natural cycle of my Apex accounts. So now I get to the point where I'm holding my eval accounts. I very rarely buy eval accounts now because I don't blow them anymore. I just hold them too long and I'm trading them. But then you have 2 weeks or a week of red trade, you know, 2 hour losses, 2 hour losses, 2 hour losses, especially when you're up 2 hour or 2.9 and it pulls back and you make a loss. Your trade and drawdown moves up by 3 hour. So it's really frustrating and it really catches up you easily. So that's why I don't really want to be trailing losses, winners into losses, or even break evens, because that trade and drawdown really does catch up with you. So I very rarely blow accounts now, especially eval accounts. I haven't blown any for a long time. Now what takes them out is trade and drawdown, which is a good sign, and that's a sign that we're progressing. And obviously I've got paid accounts, so now all I want to do is I'm trading all my paid accounts now. So I've had enough of holding and holding. I've got a very good knack of just holding on. I can hold trades forever, go through pullbacks, but it doesn't work for Apex. Top Step, it's not too bad, but Apex it doesn't. So I've kind of been trying out most of the different prop firms. I've got a couple. I'm funded on some other accounts as well, my own accounts, you know, where I put my own money in. So I've just trailed out of one, probably looking to trail out of another shortly. So I'm going to adjust that one is going to be down to 1 to match what I've got, and this one's going to be down to 3, and I'm going to put that to break even. So the very worst happens is I'm breaking even. But I'm just watching. We did have all this buying up here, and we had quite a big negative aggressive selling coming in on those candles there. Let's see what this next candle does on this 5 minute. I'll see where it closes. Notice reduced volume as well, so that's why I'm not too fast. I'm not going to come out of it just yet. Just want to see whether it's just a natural pullback. Exactly, Tamir. I've gone through the cycle of blowing them all the time. So now the key is just to be strict, be mechanical. That's what I'm trying to do. Like today's a mechanical day. Just took my entry, don't think about it. And the key now is on my Apex, on my Rhythmic, I set risk management, so it only lets me go 2R. So if I have more than $200 or the equivalent on the bigger accounts, then it will stop me trading for the day. So it automatically brings me out of the trade. That's brilliant. That was a game changer. So last July I enabled that, and it's almost a year now, and for the last year my trading's transformed. So I really recommend on your Rhythmic, go into the risk management, set up a limit which stops you from trading after you hit that minus limit. And that was the game changer. Okay, so we've broken the trend on the order flow, on the footprints. I just want to see what this candle does. We've got a green candle but a negative delta, so we've got aggressive selling coming in here right now. Cumulative delta as well, going back to my order flow screen. So look, we talked about this earlier, putting in higher highs. This wasn't able to put in a higher high, so the alarm bells were there. And we've got aggressive selling coming in, even though we've got green 2 minute candle. So alarm bells, that's why I was keeping an eye, and I'm going to keep an eye on that longer. You can see if we have a big green candle come in now on the cumulative delta, then I'll hold authorized. Probably the low we've just seen, it will be my out. In fact, this will probably be my out if we drop that down to 63.15. But like I said, I'm watching the volume because we've got low selling volume. I'm just holding on, and we're trending up. And you can see we had low volume there, and then we had a big push up. I'm hoping to see the same next. I like to think patterns repeat, history repeats. Same in the stock market. Roosevelt, thank you, appreciate that. Yeah. I've been a bit slack over the last few months with content. I've been doing the live, but I've not done many videos. And you know, once I hit 1,000 subscribers, it kind of encouraged me to keep going. And it's great getting nice comments back, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tamia, strategy. Yeah, I would say start next week. Or start as soon as you can. Just be mechanical. Have you downloaded my ORB guide on, which is free on my website? I'll put the link in. Which is here, totally free. It's on Kindle and Amazon, but it's free on my website at the moment. I'm gonna keep it free for a bit. This has been a game changer. I had all that trailing drawdown I had a couple months ago. It was tough. Not trade draw. I mean, I had about 2 weeks of losing trades, and it's because I kept treating every day the same, and I had to come up with a new strategy. So I changed my ORB strategy to take into account trending days like today, ranging and inside days, and that was a game changer. I put it in my that basically this ORB strategy, which I'll just put here. This 50-minute ORB strategy is actually helped me make profit on days where I would normally make losses on, or at least break even on those days. If you watch my video I put up yesterday, I went through all of last week where a couple of days were ranging days or inside days, and I still came out green, whereas before I started deciding what type of day is, that would have been a red day. So still don't like seeing this candle, but we've got aggressive selling, but we've got a green bar, look at that. So to me that's a little bit of a anomaly. So we'll see if we get a few of them, then we know there's something not quite right, and we might be looking at reversals or absorptions or something. But we're putting a new all-time high again, yay! All-time highs. 63.19. Again, all-time highs means we've got no levels, we've got no judgment of what's above. We don't know. We could just grind up all day. And I know you may say, so if it grinds up, why don't you just put your stop in and trail it or something like that? But I don't want to be here past midday, US Eastern time, or 5 PM my time. I've already been working on my IT business, my software and web development business all morning. I don't want to be sitting in front of a screen longer than needed, so I just want to spend 2 hours in the market, and that's it really. Very rarely come back. Oh yeah, Tamir, yeah, definitely have a read for it. Also, any feedback, let me know as well. I know it lacks images, and the new version I uploaded yesterday's got one image added, but I'm trying to find. I might actually take a screenshot of this and take real-time images. I couldn't really find any. I keep a trade database, which is great. I think everybody should do this. I'll show you. And I don't have an ORB one. I've got all my trading. Hang on, let me find my trading database. Trade database, here we go. So it's a folder, and in that I have all my different trades I take. Every time I take screenshots, order flow, top reverse. I haven't got an orb, so I need to add orbs in. So I haven't got any good screenshots for them. But it is one. It's an MES reversal, 2 hanging man. I'll just show you what I take a screenshot, I mark them up, and then when I'm having a bad week, I just go through my trade database. Oh, this is what I'm looking for. So you know, I don't really do this trade anymore, but I like to write volume, reducing. Like I look at volume, ending volume, exactly that. So then I can look back at it and say, oh yeah, these are my trades. I remember that, and I normally mark them all up, and I keep a trade database. for everything. Order flow. Since I've been studying order flow for the last couple of years, this has been a bit of a made a difference to my trades as well. Absorption. We're just talking about absorption. So let's just open up this reversal. I've not looked at these for a while. Here you go. So we're looking at absorption. Big orders sitting there. More big orders sitting there, as we know, but there's no real follow through, especially up here. And then we reverse. Single digit. I think I pointed that out earlier. We had a single digit. It's a bit different because it's all-time high, so it's slightly different. That means originally we had like 200, 300 orders sitting there. There's only 7 there, so we know there's nobody interested in that area anymore. No more buyers. And then you can see imbalances. So big selling imbalances, and then here stacked imbalances as well. So it's really important. Have a trade database, and just refer back to it, put it in a Word document. I keep mine as screenshots on Google Drive so I can come back to it whenever I want. This is getting tedious now, isn't it? We're getting an increase in volume, which is good. Just not pushing through. I want to see it hit 3R. SPY hit 625. So are you shorting at these levels, 625? Yeah, back testing. Yeah, I back tested my ORB. With my 3R and 5R goals, you only need 1 winning trade a week and have 3 losing trades to still be in profit. So it's pretty good odds. And the good thing about Apex, because they're so cheap, the accounts, and I use my Apex accounts to forward test as well. Because then if your forward testing works really well, you make money out of it. So it's got a bit of an incentive. Well, if you look at the order flow, you can see something similar to what you say. Flip my screen back again. Here, look at this. So we're not putting any new highs in now, so there's an area of concern. So we know kind of putting in that pattern. So I'm probably going to look to take off another, maybe the point of control, which is this area here. Which I'll go back to my main screen, you'll see that in a second. That's where all the volume is, so if we break below that, I'm probably going to come out. Again, I'm not too fussed about coming out at 2R. It's a good day, 2R is decent. But don't forget, that's 2R spread over 19 or so accounts. I've forgotten how many accounts am I trading today. 17 accounts. So on this, I've got my point of control, which is that orange dotted line. That just shows you where all the volume is. Just on this chart view. So we can use that as a natural stop basically. If we break below there, then we might be losing levels. In fact, I'm going to trail, I said I'm going to trail 5-minute pivots. So I'm not sure, it's about 1.5R, so we're guaranteed 1.5R today. So it's at $150. 150 times it by 17 accounts. That's a 2.5k day. I know some of it evals, and then some of those accounts are scaled up as well. So by 4 and by 2, so that's about 3.5k day. And most of those evals are right on the edge of passing as well soon. I'm keeping an eye on my rhythmic because if they pass, I want to close it early. It's on a risk once they passed. Yeah, right on the edge. I reckon about another 2R, maybe 3R on a few of them. So just one more winning day, But I don't think about it. I just, if they pass, they pass. If they don't, they don't. Again, I'm managing my trailing drawdown really well now. I use Apex. Hang on, I'll give you a link. In fact, in the description is a link to Apex. And I say use my link because it's got my affiliate code. And purely selfish reasons, I get a slight little kickback. So we both win. It's a win-win for both of us. Put the link in there. So like I said, I don't want to hide anything. I've got nothing to hide. So I'll be honest. I get a little bit of a kickback out of every account you buy, and it helps covers the cost of my hosting, Zoom and stuff like that. And I put it, like all my business, I normally put the money back into it, develop new software, new tools, better hosting, faster servers. So if I can help you and you can help me, it's a win-win for everyone. But Apex are great. I use Top Step as well, but you can only trade, I think, maximum 5. Apex you can trade up to 20. You can have more than 20 evals as well, but you can only trade up to 20 paid accounts. So I'm trading 3 with them at the moment. I had a 3 last week, and the trailing drawdown caught up with me, about 2 weeks ago. My trailing drawdown caught up with me. So something significant right now. Unusually high volume, so I'm looking to take profit soon. Look at that. We don't often get 2,000 contracts, so we've got more. So I think we might be looking at a top. You know, that matches the SPY as well we just talked about. So I'm going to be putting in another one here. Hopefully we're just absorbing the sellers and the buyers are then going to take off again. Let me adjust that just in case we have a massive big news candle or whatever and it whips me down. I want to make sure I've not got the right contracts in place. 63.20. Let's have a look at large orders and see where we are. We've got 63.25 as on the ES. Again, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Bottom left corner, we've got that red line. We've got one at 6300, that's a potential bounce area. And then we can see the number here, 63.25, 271 orders currently sitting there. That's on ES. And then going back to my main screen, this is MES, and we've got a similar area. I'll just cover it up. We've got about, what level is that? That is 63.25 again. So we know that's an area of interest. And we've got 211 orders sitting there, 210. You can see that in the level 2. So we know there's interest up there. We know there's relatively large orders, over 200 for both MES and ES. So maybe it might get to 3R. So again, looking at volume now, so another significant thing to think about. We've got green candles but decrease in volume. Decrease in volume. We may have a breakout, is generally what you might see. Or we're getting lack of interest from the buyers. Once we get lack of interest, then we might see a reversal. It might be a temporary reversal. Like I said, because of the trading drawdowns on the prop firms, I'm not going to be holding for the drawdown. I don't want to hold it down to my loss area, which is down here. Or where is it? That would have been my stop loss. That's my break even. Currently going to be making at least 1.5R, probably 3R. Oh, did it just take me out? Yeah, I've just taken off one more. So down to 2 contracts now. Maybe I'm trading it a bit too tight. Let's just set that to 1. We'll set that to 1. That's already set to 1. So, and we've got 2 on my stop. Another anomaly. So we've got a red candle with absorption right in there, lots, you know that's absorption, you can see that, and we've not been able to get above it. And we've got a massive positive delta as well, quite a big one, so that's why it's gone orange. So again, this is an area of concern right now. You can see a couple of anomalies. The cumulative delta divergence is not putting in new highs at the moment. The price is starting to put in lower lows on the 2-minute. So I am probably going to take it here. And this is my point. Remember I said the point of control I'm going to use as a guide. If it stays above it, got a minute left. Let's just see what happens when this candle closes. If it's above that point of control, I'll stay in. If it's below, closes below, I'm going to come out. And that's our trend line at the moment. There, maybe there. Just put the pivots together. 40 seconds with my finger on the close position button. And my rule, 1 trade a day, like 1 apple a day keeps the doctor away. 1 trade a day keeps the doctor away, stops me from going into overdrive and start going crazy really. What's the word I'm looking for? There was a word I'm looking for when you trade and trade and trade with no... I should know because I put it in my journal. TradeZilla. Okay, so now I'm going to move my 2 to that pivot, just 1 tick below. So whatever happens, I'm making 2R today. Not a bad day. Over trading, that's the word I was looking for. Just sorry, delayed. Because I was concentrating on the market, I wasn't concentrating on getting my words out of my mouth. I would say if you're up now, don't get back in again. Just walk, enjoy the long weekend. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Tomorrow the market's closed. Closes half a day. It's half a day today. So the market closes. What time does it close at 5 PM? Is that 1:30 or 1 PM Eastern time? I'm not sure. Stock market close time today. (1 PM Eastern time, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 6 PM, isn't it, UK? So I would just have a lovely long weekend. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not working tomorrow, taking tomorrow off. I'm going to go hiking. And in fact, I'm moving home in 2 weeks' time, so I probably will be packing as well. Okay, looks like trader data is now up to date. It's staying. It was 10-minute delayed yesterday. I think the issue was, that's on the other live stream. The issue was my TraderVate account. They needed me to fund it and also pay for the live data. I had the live data, but I didn't fund it because I withdrew the money from it a few months ago because I thought I'd just try. I'm also trading here in the UK. We can benefit from spread betting, tax-free profits if it's not your main source of income, which is not. So I've been doing lots of trading on a company called CMC Markets. So it's a bit different. You don't trade stocks and you don't buy shares. You bid on the price movement. So for example, I'll just show you. I've got this open here. I'm just experimenting. I've got a very small account. We're going to come into our 3R soon, hopefully. So here you see you bid on, you put a stake in it. So I'm betting that Amazon's going to move up you know, I've only got small amounts here because I'm just trying it out, but this is all this is tax-free profits in the UK because spread betting is considered gambling, and you know, if it's tax-free, let's take advantage of it. So for the last month I've been trying it out, and I don't like demo accounts. I'd rather just fund it, put some money in and just trade small amounts, because then I've got my teeth in it a little bit then, because I've got a stake in it rather than me. If it's a demo account I wouldn't care about it, but if it's real money, even if it is only $10 or £10 or whatever, or here I've got a couple of stakes of about £30, £20, that's about it. So I'm doing my swing trading. I'm doing some day trading, but swing trading mainly. Here we are, 3R, very close. Just 2 more points. We've nailed it. And how about that for an easy 3R day with no pullbacks? Not there yet. I don't want to count the chickens before they hatch. But you know, like I said, I was a bit concerned that we might be just getting a bit of volume coming. It could be ending volume, but I'm not willing to give up straight away. I like to just see the market. We saw the reduced volume coming in, extra volume on the red candle, but we've got volume coming back in again now, which is reflective of the candle we're seeing as well. So I take a lot of my trading mainly takes into account volume and price and order flow. So I'm looking at volume by time, which is this volume here. So this is a volume price analysis. I'm looking at volume by price. So I'm looking at volume shelves. You know, these are key areas. You can see they're key areas of volume, and I'm looking for point of controls. You can see the point of controls, and this is volume again by price, these red, yellow boxes. And I'm looking at volume within a candle as well. That tells you what's going on. This is like proper level 2 tape reading. You can read it here in this section. I used to, but now I just use the order flow, the footprint charts. And if you're ever interested in footprint charts, these I sell on my website. These are what I developed myself. So in the same area, the link in the comments I put for the guide, go to Ninja Trader Indicators, and you'll see there's order flow. Trade there on Footprint Pro. I call them Footprint Pros. Footprint Pro indicator, and I'm adding to it all the time. So I've got, we're so close to our 3R. So I've got anomalies, and that's what kept me in, because it's an anomaly. We've got anomaly detection, we've got aligned point controls, we've got stacked, but you know, aggressive buying, aggressive selling when it's stacked. Boom, 3R. There you go, easy 3R today. Now we're aiming for 5R. So I really want to be moving my stop now to as close to the 3R point as possible to guarantee it. So I'm going to trail it now. I'm not going to be losing the gains. So that exit point there will be where I want my stop loss. So I guarantee 3R today. Yeah, another red day. I don't have many green days. Since I've fine-tuned this strategy based on that ORB guide I've got on my website, very rare to have red days. You know, when they do, like Monday, it affects me. You know, I'm not used to having red days, and I start over trading, and I don't like it. That's why I had to walk away Monday, especially when I was over trading, not on my Apex accounts, but on my Top Step account. I was trying to scalp NQ, and it got to the point where I was buying and it's going against me, selling, it's going against me, and I just thought, what the hell am I doing? And just left. I had to walk away. Came back. I run a repair business, so I did some repairs, took my mind off the stock market. So let's look at the order flow for a bit, see where we're looking. So we've still got interested parties up here, because I like to see zeros. When I see a 0 there, that means the auction's complete. We know, you could say this is a failed auction, and price usually goes back to it. You want to see a 0 and a number, a 0 and a number, 0, 0. So that's bid and ask. So 0 on the bid at the end of each candle. You know, so there we had 63 and 84. So it didn't. We didn't get a. It wasn't a. What's the one for? It's an. There's a word I had for it. Like a failed. I'll call it a failed auction. And usually, this is not a strategy of mine, the price will come back out and match it back out again. And look, you can see we had the point of control back up that area there. We had a failed auction there, and then we sold off and price came back up and took it out. Here is fine. We had a failed auction there and the price came back up to it. That is a complete auction, so we've got a 0 in the top left and we're looking for zeros in the bottom rights as well. Failed auction there, so when we sold off, came back out, took it out. Failed auction there, took it out. Failed auction there, we took it out, and we've got a failed auction here. But then, like I said, this is all-time highs right now, so it's very difficult to know what's going to happen at all-time highs. But one thing we can see, which not many people will see, is large orders. 63.30. Remember I said keep an eye on 63.25? We've taken out that. Now we've got another one sitting there at 63.30. And then looking at ES, 63.25 still sitting there. Oh no, in fact we didn't quite take out, we got close to it, so I think we're still going to get to it, I think. 63.25 is showing on the hourly, but it's not showing on the 5 minute. Both MES, yeah, maybe it's just not updated. So 63.30, what's our next target? Our 5-hour target. 63.34. I normally so I start again. Normally I trade in a private Discord, which I will go into it in a minute because I've just said I'm doing a live YouTube, and one of the guys in the live Discord always says his observations is when we're coming into a holiday or a day off or close like a bank holiday like Independence Day or one of the bank holidays, you usually see the day grind up. So maybe today we might see it grind up. So I'm going to be trailing the 5-minute pivots now, 5-minute candles now. I really want to get it up to that 3-hour mark to guarantee 3-hour. You know, we've taken some off at 3-hour, some off at 2-hour. So I really want to guarantee. I think we took some off about 1.5 hour as well. Again, I will review this and write up my notes later because I have no need to manage my trade on a day when we're ranging and we're a strong market, we're all-time highs. I'm a bit nervous about all-time highs. I don't know how it runs in all-time highs, so that's the reason I was kind of managing the trade. But got no levels above, and had I just set and forget, I would have hit 2 off at 3-hour, would have 2 off hopefully at 5-hour. But still, you know, I've still got 1 left. And again, with Apex, it's all about taking profits and minimising losses. And that was another cycle I had. I used to have big, when I started trading, I used to have big red days and very small green days. And then I went from having slightly smaller red days to no green days or small green days. You know, it was just like a hockey stick curve. I was having days where I was having big red days, taking out a week's worth of green days, and that's a frustrating bit when you start. And that's why they say 95% traders fail, because they do that for a year and think, I'm done with it. But I kept going. I think about 2-3 years I kept doing it, and I could see improvements every year. This year has been a massive difference, and last year was a massive difference as well. It's all about controlling your emotions and just doing it mechanically and just not thinking about it. I didn't really, you know, I did control my emotions. I got in with the trade stack if I wanted to. I over managed it, but then I did give the reasons why earlier, so I'm happy that I over managed it. But I've over managed it a few times this week and last week, and each time I would look back and say, oh, I should have just left that and let it run, and it would have been 3 hours without getting any off earlier, and I probably would have made even more profit last week. and this week had I not. So that's still emotion taken over. So even though I still think to myself I'm doing it mechanically, emotion's still there. Every time, I get nervous every time I was watching. You can look into order flow too deeply sometimes and think, oh, it's pulling back, or it hasn't putting in higher highs when the cumulative delta is not, and things like that. So just to say, just to confirm, going back to my order flow screen. So this screen is basically on my left hand side. So this is what I stream most days. Okay, it's just come back 63.25. We do have some orders coming in there. So it's reckon that's liquidity above, and the market likes to move towards liquidity. There was nothing there a few seconds ago. I was about to show you it's empty, but it just came back as I was talking. Look, we can see liquidity coming down. Look at that, you see it moving. So there's a big order sitting there. 62.30, we're right up there. 62.40, if you look on the order flow, you'll probably see something similar. Look at the time and sales. Every time we get up to 63.25, we've got a big seller sitting there, just selling slowly. Here you go. Is it 25? So we had 2,000 orders just sold there. Let me go back to my main screen. It's quite exciting to see this. 63.25. I told you there's a big seller there. He just sold 2,000 shares. 63.25. Here. That one there. So we've got 270 sitting there. Exactly what matches. 234 on the other side. This is MES. So we've got them selling on ES and MES. So we're going to go back up and retest, or is this our rejection? Notice also the large orders, so this will back up what we were just saying. We had over 1,000, 2,000 orders sitting up there. So let's just expand this, make it easier to read. So you can see where the seller was, and he was still selling there, and still selling up there. Okay, I'm probably going to trail out this, but it's fine. I really wanted to push it up to the 3-hour mark, if I could. So here, big bottom tail. So at one point that was a red candle. So open and close, we had fully red and then pull back up. So that's showing our first signs of weakness. And then we had a big red candle. So and that backs up the weakness. That backs up the weakness. So we are seeing something a little bit interesting going on right now. Cumulative delta divergence, bounce back, is not putting in higher highs yet. This is just absorption right now. We can see it. We can see it in the numbers. We can see it in the cumulative delta, and we're having little follow through now. We're not moving like we were here. And then going back to the order flow, to the footprints, we can see the absorption here. We can see the absorption. Is it where we saw the thousands? Back down here, I think it was further back. Oh yeah, back a few more bars. 10:30. Where was it? Here in this one here. So you can't quite see that because it's spread it over. It's only three characters wide, but they've got the absorption there, so we know it's there. And again, had I not been doing it live, I probably would have trailed out. I'm doing it live, I'm just trailing up. I don't want to be losing any more than that green candle. That's our control candle. Technically, the stop could be this point of control. You see how we held it. First of all, we were rejecting it, then we were holding it. So technically my stop should be there, but I don't want to be trading any longer. The market closes in a few hours, and look at the size of these candlesticks now. They're very narrow. Is there anybody else still in this trade or any other trades? Are we going to put in a new all-time high? 63.25. We know we've got orders up there. Nothing on ES, but we've got 63.25, 63.30 potential orders sitting there. So that's liquidity above. We've not had any pullbacks really yet. I suppose you could say we had this push up on volume and then reducing volume as we pulled back, caught up with the 8 moving average and then pushed out again. Pulled back, caught up with the 8 moving average. Are we going to put in another move up? Oh, it's hot here today. Us Brits are not used to this weather. My office is currently 28 degrees Celsius and it's currently 30 degrees outside, according to my little mini weather station. So cumulative delta is looking interesting again now, so let's just go back to that. Look at this. We're putting in a series of higher highs and higher lows. We're putting in equal highs here, but look at this. So that's a divergence there, where we had delta selling off, but price pushing up, and then now it's back in line. We did have a bit of aggressive selling come in now, so I still think we might be getting close to the top. We've got absorption in this area still. Look at all these lots of big orders sitting up there. I am tempted to just call it a day, and then if it's the top, then I can say I nailed the top. We've got reducing volume as well on the green candles and on the red candles. So there's no interest from both sellers or buyers at this precise moment. And like I said, it's a half day today, so maybe this half day we're going to see reduced volume. So another day where my volume price analysis may not be exactly right because it's lower than usual volume, and you can see that as well by looking at the hourly chart. So the hourly chart here, if you look at the opening candle, the 10 AM or the 9, that's got a smaller volume candle. And what time is this? 10 AM? What time is 10? 10 AM, we've got a bigger candle. 12, we should expect to see bigger candles. So most people, if they've done the right thing, have taken today off as a holiday. So it's probably why we're seeing a little bit reduced volume. And maybe we're just playing with algos right now and retail traders like us. Well, I've got 1 hour left of my trading day, and if I can finish early, I will finish early. New all-time high. So again, you can say if you're in, we're making history. So now I definitely want to nail that 3R area. So about there, that's my 3R. So today I'm going to walk away with at least 3R. And when I finish, I'll upload it all into TradeZella and I'll show you the final results. But it's looking good. Where's my 5R target? Is that a bit optimistic? 63, 34, 50. And look at the cumulative delta now. Oh, look at the cumulative delta now pushing out. Breaking the high. So cumulative delta putting in a higher high. Price is putting higher. We're now back in it again. But like I said, we did see absorption, so that's probably buyers absorbing the sellers up there. I'm not sure why it was so extended. was expecting it to pull back. I am expecting it to pull back. Back to my main screen. I've just moved my stop up now, so we're now guaranteeing 3R for the day. So there's a 3R guaranteed. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Right, back. Sorry. My son's just come home from school. It's 4 PM here. He's just finished school. We're getting near to the end of the term, and he didn't want to be on camera. It's nice. Come in, say hello to me. Then I won't see him now. He'll be absorbed on screens, hopefully doing his own work. So here we go. We're probably going to get tagged out at the 3R. Looking at the order flow, we can see, I don't know, we do have some buyers and we've got sellers. If we lose that area, probably going to be reversing. Still in it. You could say, why did I put my stop at 3R and I'm just not trailing the pivots, and it might just keep going. It might do that, but I don't want to be sitting there watching it all day. You know, I like to have areas of interest for my stops, but I don't want to guarantee 3R and walk away and then have a lovely long weekend, and then knowing that I made 3R today. But I do like keep saying we're making history by putting in new all-time highs. Check new all-time highs, history being made again. So it's 1106, 1106. That's good. Just checking that the NQ is actually showing the right. Let's change that. Oh, that's strange. CL. I must need another data stream for that. Work gold. That works. 10 range. So new highs, which is also new all-time highs. Here we go, still pushing up. Like I said, it might just grind until when the market closes. Remember, it's a half day today, so market closes. Did it say 6 PM? Was that right? Was that when the future markets close? So Nasdaq and NY close at 1 PM, bond markets close at 2 PM, so that's probably the futures. So 1 PM it closes, so it closes, what's that? 2 hours time. Where are we? 2025. July the 4th. So we know it's closed tomorrow. What's the star say? Close at 1 PM. So if you're trading equities, 1 PM close, and futures is 2 PM. Hey, look at this for a big push out again. So that's the reason I don't close out too early as well. Again, analysing the volume, analysing the order flow, watching for anomalies as well, and watching, like I said, do you remember I said earlier about unfinished auctions? I do keep an eye on that. I don't use it as a strategy. There's one and we took it out. There's another one there and we took it out. Unfinished auction there. And what I mean by that is the bid and the ask, the top two numbers of each candle, usually they get taken out. Unfinished auction there and there, taken out. And when we start seeing 0 on the bid and a number on the ask, you know that's finished. There it's taken out, there it's taken out, there it's taken out. So you usually see the market moves into that. It was a strategy I was looking at a while ago, but it's not a strategy I play now, purely because it's not always that reliable, so I don't really look at it. That's a true 3R. We are really extended now. Where are we? Where's the 5? It would be great if we could get to that 5R. 63.34. But we are showing it's slowing down. It is slowing down now, you can see that. So here's another anomaly. We were looking at a top and tail candle. Auction's finished. I can't remember what I called it. Not an imbalance. And then we've got a red candle, but more aggressive buyers in that red candle. And that's why footprints are great, because you get to see the volume inside each candle and you can determine then whether a candle is bullish or bearish. It doesn't always mean, a lot of people will look at that and say that's a bearish candle, but then looking at the volume, there's more buyers, more aggressive buying and aggressive selling within that candle. So you could just say put my stop there. If we go below 63.25, which I might even do that, then those aggressive sellers are not there anymore. I'm only a point away, so I'll just leave it at 24. I said I was going to go when I hit 3R, but I'm committed now. 5R I'll stop and then I'll call it a day, and that'll be my day over. And if it hits 12 o'clock, then I'll put my OCO order in place and I'll walk away. Won't even look at it, apart from making sure all the orders are closed, ready for the end of the day. And this is the time of day when my kids come home from school as well. It's like 4 PM. So I have our dinner at 5. So 5 PM is when I stop trading. We have dinner with the family, and also for me it's a long day. I know it's only midday for most people in the US, or at least on one side of the US it's breakfast time for the other people. But I don't want to trade more than 2.5 hours in a day. And to make $3,000 a day with 2.5 hours of trading, that's not bad. How many jobs can you work for 3 hours and come home with $3,000? Not many at all. One of my trades last week on the ORB video I did last week, I think I was in it for 15 minutes and it made $6,000. That's on Friday. That's Fridays. So if you watch the video, go to Friday, the last trade I show. There's chapters in the description so you can go straight to it. I think I got in just after the market opened, well not after the market, just after the opening range opened at 15 minutes. I was out by 10:05, I think it was. 15-minute trade, almost $7,000. Although some of that is evaluation money, not real money, but there's paid accounts in there. Plus on my top step I did really well that day as well, and that's a paid account as well. until I started over trading on Monday on Top Step. So what I'm doing now, I'm just trailing the 5-minute candles. So when this candle closes in a minute, I'll move my stop to there, so that'll be better than 3R. So let's see what we're up to now. Again, I use the fibs tool. I've adapted the fibs tool. So that's the bottom of that candle. It's the top of that candle. It's about there. So you can see we've got my entry there, 0, 1R, 2R, 3R, exactly where we've got our orders sitting. And then 5R, we're slightly out because obviously I'm drawing it not quite as accurate as the entry I took. So we've currently got to 4R today. So if you're a 4R trader, easy 4R trade. Again, we've not had any pullbacks, there's been no stress at all in this trade. Let me properties, is it properties? Just trying to remember how I did. Here we go. So go into fibs, click on levels and set it up like that. Minus 900, 100, so that's the 0, that's the 100, that's your stop, and then you've got minus 100 because you want to go upwards, 200, 300, up to, it shows me all the way up to 10R, you can add more if you want, and then that will change your fibs to draw it like what you can see on the screen, so it shows you how many are. A bit like the trading view one where you can see your risk to reward. And I have a keyboard shortcut. For me it's Alt F. I can draw the candle I got in on, so that's my entry candle there, my stop is just a few ticks below, and that's the exit. And then you can see 4R, okay I think I drew it too big, but 3R is where we are right now roughly. 4R, it says my 5 is up there, I need to readjust that. I didn't draw it right, I drew it on the wrong candle actually. But that's a good tool and a good thing, good use of the fibs tool on NinjaTrader. So now I'm trailing the 5 minutes, I'm going to trail one tick below that one, so we're now better than 3R for the day. And this is the boring bit now waiting. So I am probably going to call it here. I'm just going to trail up. I keep saying it's probably going to stop me out, but it looks like it might stop me out now or trail me out. And today was a live decent trade. ORB, I did it live to back up my video from last week, because there's no point having a video saying, well, I look back as well and I say, look, this is what I could have done without proving it live. So I like to say I proved it live today as well. Easy. ORBs are easy. Just need to be disciplined and cut out the emotion. So I had some emotion in it today where I started managing the trade slightly. Just don't want to turn green days, especially with Apex accounts, it plays on my mind. You don't want to turn a green day into a red day and also have the trade and drawdown go against you. So are we going to stop out? Look at the order flow again. We're definitely absorbing orders up here in their thousands. Like I say, you normally see them in their hundreds, 165, 280, 300. But when you start seeing 1,000 on the bid, 1,000 on the ask, we've still got slightly more buyers. We know there are more buyers in this one because we've got this delta. Like I said, we've got more aggressive buyers coming in over here. What about on this candle? Why can't I move it? Here we go. So, and trailed out now. So I was just about to say we've got more buyers there, but we had more aggressive sellers coming in here on that side. So you can see that the volume, there's more selling volume there. And that's it, we may have just nailed the top. And look at the cumulative delta. Cumulative delta, look at that. So we put in a new high, and now we're selling off and matching the price. I'm going to call it a day now, and I'm not going to have any regrets, because I'm hoping I nailed the top, and that'd be just above 3R, and that's a decent green day. Let me just upload everything into my Ninja, into my TradeZeller, because when I do that, that's my one thing that's really important to do: close out any orders. So I always check my Rhythmic for orders. Okay, where's my TradeZeller? Let's open up that. And I'll just upload my CSV file. So I'll show you. So add trade. Come into here, add trade. I use London. Bit annoying that it doesn't remember that. I could do with them. I've asked them if they can have it so it always remembers. Upload file. I've got to find where it is. Data files. No. Apex. And it's recent orders. So when I do this, that means to me my day's over. Go to dashboard, let's have a look, see what it looked like today. That's not bad for one day. One trade, 5.6k. Not all real money. Some of that's from my paid accounts. Let's just look at the trade. Hey, they put the notes back in the bottom again, that's good. So, that's my entry, first exit, second exit, third exit. And that's it. I thought I took 4 exits. Oh yeah, 4 exits was hidden behind my tool. So what a good day, decent day. And I always mark it up, I might as well do that while I'm here. It's an ORB, and this is how I do my back testing. This trade is great. Market type, it was a trending day today. And you can add custom type. My confidence level, I'm going to say high because it's trending. My time frame, I did it on the 5 minute. Well, I know it's a 15-minute ORB, but I know that. My trading technical mistakes, I like to just add these in. I'm going to say I managed my trade. Did I have any others? No, not really. No, you could say no runner. I'm not left a runner, but I'm out by design. It's half day, so I'll put that in my notes. My back testing, I'll do this later, but I can say that I took profit at 3R and there was no drawdown at all. Literally did okay all the way through. And again, I use this as part of my, and then any boosters. I can't say all-time highs are boosted, no really. Economic events, there were a few things today. Was it PMI? Jobless claims, that was open. You know, I put these in just so I know. I can't remember what else we had earlier. Non-farm payrolls, is that one of them? So put them in case it's relevant. You know, when I look back, oh, every day we have non-farm payrolls, we always see the market run or something. My routine, I always put in what my routine is. Did my stats, created my pre-market video, I'm in it, still talking in it now. Do my end of day report, which I'm doing now. If I don't do my pre-market video, I put that in as well. I don't write down my levels if I do my pre-market video. I used to write them down as well. Stress relief, not really. You know, it's like going for a walk or something. Physical wellness is good, yeah. I actually at my lowest weight today as well for about 25 years. So I weighed myself, I walk every morning. I take my daughter to school and I do a 5-mile walk every day. So physical wellness is much better, much fitter and healthier than I used to be, which is great for your mind. It's good for this. Didn't watch any training videos, rate my levels. I could say I didn't write them, but I spoke my levels because I put them in the video. And then if you watch Jared Tendler, then read his book, or you can join his trade. He's got a like a mental toughness type website. Go on there. I did subscribe, but I run my own mental toughness on Mondays with the private group I'm with. But here you've got his emotions: A game, B game, C game. Calm, confident, patient, because I didn't wait. Precise, I got in even when I got in late. I waited for it to pull back. Trust my gut, relaxed, and I'm walking away right now. Technically that's walking away if I'm having a bad day, so I'll leave that out. Emotions, B game. No, I think it's a A game today. Probably my over management, and definitely no emotions on my C game. Wasn't distracted. In fact, I could say distracted, and I'll say the reason that I normally take my top step account, but I was distracted because I was on YouTube, and I don't normally do YouTube live, so I forgot to do the same trade on my top step. And then my trading, so I didn't add any to a winning trade, which I need to work better. Exited correctly, focus on one trade at a time. I let the price come to me. When it broke out, I slightly missed it. Respected my game plan, respected my rules, respected my stop loss, my targets, and setups for the playbook only. So exactly, that's my mechanical thing, and that is pretty much in B game. Over managed the trade, we know that. Maybe I should just let it run. And that's it. No real C game. Didn't oversize, didn't chase price, and that's it. And I'll do my notes. I'll do that later. So I'm going to call it a day now. This is my day's over. Hopefully you just seen us nailing the top, and hopefully that's the top we just nailed. Trade safe. I won't be around tomorrow, so there's no markets. There'll be no live video. I might leave the 24/7 stream running, and I'll have Nasdaq and ES running on there, and probably gold. I think that one's working at the moment. That's on the other stream, but I will be back on Monday, and I just want trade safe. And I really recommend having an early day today and having a nice long weekend and reset the mind and body for next week. Okay, I appreciate everybody for watching. Thank you for downloading the guide, for following me on my videos, and I will see you on Monday. PS, don't forget to hit the like button, because I really appreciate that. Same on my videos I've dropped recently as well. Thank you.